So, good evening everybody, it's Friday, so we are gonna be playing Decisive Campaigns, Ardennes Offensive, Wacht am Rhein scenario. And we are in night turn, round 12. We have a couple of things that we have to deal with during this night turn. But first things first, I want to kind of share my thoughts about the battle that we had to fight in this hex against the Allied armor. It was a miscalculation from my side to expose my Panzer Grenadiers against two Allied tank formations in an open hex, and they got completely decimated in two attacks, and I even marked those units to stand and fight to 75% losses, and they really took heavy losses in those combats. Even though they retreated to heavy forest in here, they even managed to take a lot of losses in the heavy forest. So this was really tough for me to see. But I guess it's kind of a reality check, you know, what to do when you are fighting against tank units with infantry. Even though they are Panzer Grenadiers, they have the equipment to try to stop the tanks. But yeah, I want to share you guys the combat. So this was the situation. There was 35 and 63. The 63 is just a beast. This unit in here. A lot of Shermans in that unit. The other one was a smaller task force. These are the other combats that we successfully defended ourselves against the Allied attacks, but this one. So they took only 2 lost tanks against my 60 infantry, 70 infantry, 13 RSOs, and then a bunch of flak guns, Panthers, Panzer IV, and then they hit us again in the heavy forest, where we lost the last of our heavy equipment. And they lost 10 men and one M4. Even though they committed just 1 tank unit for that attack, still these losses are super high for us. Flak and pack guns. I don't know, this was just such a disastrous combats. But the first thing, can I see the combat history of this? I haven't used the combat history before, but I think there is like more detailed view of the combats. I just can't remember where is it. But yeah, anyways, like my points that I've been now thinking why placing the units in here was a mistake. Well, first of all, even though yeah, we had a lot of tank killer units, but heuristically, if you just think about the combat that they were gonna be facing Allied armored units in open ground, in open field where the tanks can maneuver. So first of all, it was fields. I would say that never fight tanks in fields unless you have high entrenchment. So entrenchment is the key, but we sure didn't have that. We didn't have basically any entrenchment because we just moved in there. It would have been completely different combat if we had like, I don't know, 80 or 120 entrenchment. That would like mean that even though it's an open ground, tanks can maneuver and so on, but we would have fixed positions which we could defend, and right now we didn't. So yeah, if you want to ambush or you want to fight tanks without a tank unit, even though they are Panzer Grenadiers, use like terrain that is woods. I think that's the key. And then I'm just thinking, could there be any other points? Well, we had flak, which had those 88mm guns, but that just wasn't enough. I think we would have needed like Stuks or Hetzers. So if we are in open field, I would say it's some kind of like a decision tree, you know. If it's fields where you are, then you need to have a mobile AT. However, if where you are fighting is not fields but is woods, I think then it is okay if you have just infantry, high entrenchment. And yeah, you need mobile AT and preferably also entrenchment. But yeah, that's kind of my points. What I'm taking away from this combat. Had it been only one tank unit, maybe the result could have been different, but yeah. And now I'm also a little bit worried about this HQ unit. Even though we are in a town position, we know that tanks have -20 attack modifier. So they can't hit us as hard as they otherwise would. But yeah, I really need to think about how am I gonna rescue these guys. And I tried to give them the extra defensive bonus, but that didn't work because their HQ is too far away from their current position. So that was just a lot of bad stuff. Things didn't really go on our way. Now what I'm thinking is, would it even make sense yeah, I'm gonna leave it to this situation to the last, because this needs a lot of fixing. Then we have this kind of situation going on. We have this tank unit surrounded, so this is again very risky. It is a minor city. Tanks -20 attack modifier. So simply said, I'm just worried that what will these tanks do to us? They could break through in here. That's why trying to soften these guys up is really important. So I'm like thinking even probably like harass them, try to make their readiness not to develop properly. And if we can capture this town, we can reinforce this with a pioneer unit. So that's also something that I was thinking. I think I want to move this infantry away from these fields and perform a recon in force, if that would be enough to take them out. Because there might be another unit which we just can't see. Apparently there is no other unit, it's just these. We lost 10 men. Couldn't take them out, I think. I think we can take them out with all-out attack. We would maximize the attack points. Hit points -50%. I don't know how did those probing, the reckoning force manage to lose some men. Night fighting is such a problematic affair. They have quite low entrenchment. I think let's try all out. Attacker won. They retreated. And then we can do secondary attack. Yeah, just to destroy them. Good. And now I can reinforce this position with the pioneers. So that's excellent. We can even perform the ranged attack. I kind of like that idea. We just need to harass this tank unit. Also getting the Werfers ready for the following days offensive in here. I think that's also a good idea. Yeah, I think that's okay. We can also move these warfers. In here. Not really doing any hits, but small readiness loss for the unit. I think I will move both of these warfares. I could either give them direct line of sight. Or I could hit these. Or wait till the morning. Those are all pretty good options, I think. I'm gonna keep all of these guys in their current positions. There's no need to move them around. Just a very minor readiness impact, but here it says a little bit different story. 45 readiness in here. So it's a little bit hard to know what to really believe. I'm gonna switch it to a ranged attack and then do something like this maybe. Artillery plus. Or maybe I'm just gonna attack with this unit. Or I could let it readiness gather. It's a little bit mixed bag. The night attacks, they don't really do a lot of damage, but I just want their readiness to be so low that when they try to push out, that they can't do sufficient damage to take my units out. We have quite high readiness, and entrenchment looks also pretty good. So these can do 64, 62. Yeah, why not? I can use the pack guns to try to shoot around there, let's see. One Stuart taken out, okay. That's useful when we diminish their combat capabilities. I think I might want to move these pack guns in here if they try to break out from this side. So I'm gonna do that. And then I have the badly wounded Kampfgruppe here. Yeah, moving in here we wouldn't get out. That's a big problem. I think we can probably just stay put on our current positions. I'm willing to hit this if we can detect what kind of unit is in there. I'm not really willing to use these Jaegers, like it's a tank unit, but what kind? That's the question. I'm also scared to go there. We would really need somebody to probe it. Can I? These guys will get destroyed. They don't have any combat value, yeah. They can't actually even get in here. I'm worried that the Kampfgruppe follow, if they try to move, they get destroyed. So I would basically need to do a probe, concentrate all of my Werfer and artillery fire on this hex to just try to weaken the armor sufficiently. But okay. They shouldn't be really seeing a lot with this unit. These guys have much better readiness. It's only this one that has been shelled multiple occasions. But they have still a lot of veteran soldiers in there. I think this is like the furthest that we can move before they can detect us. So I'm gonna be moving only that far. The artillery can stop. The flak guns. The flak guns could do night movement. But maybe not this way, but in this way. Like that. How about the pioneers? Panzer artillery. Panzer artillery needs to get closer to get proper shots. Panzer grenadiers in here. Nobody was left behind. Good. Pioneers. Night movement. Could there be somebody in here? We can't see. Height is 21. I don't think there is anybody there. Yeah, there wasn't. I think I'm not gonna go into this position necessarily. Because I'm unsure if there's an enemy unit in there. That would be really bad. Because, you know, this unit might not have been enough to spot anything here in the first place. But what kind of recon do we got? We have quite low recon. We can get some more if we probe. I think we should probe these guys. We got recon up to 54 now. That's good. I could even increase it with this pioneer unit. I think I should. Just to do a quick probe. Okay, 2 half trucks was the price of that. Price of that recon. Let's try to find some useful artillery. How about if we select that? That one. And let's say the Werfers. No, this is a bad combo. It just doesn't work out when you try to use the puck guns. Yeah, the Werfers could be used in the morning with a full barrage. Okay, where is that? That's there. It would be those two. Panzer artillery, not really useful. Neither is that one. No, these all just lower. Except that. Yeah, well, this might work. 722. Let's do that. Okay, 50 men taken out, 4 trucks. Then we know that there's a lot of enemy units in here in this single hex. So we could maybe even shell that. Just lowering these guys' readiness could also be really useful. Because they are now really like a functional enemy task force. And I don't like that. But we have very low recon on them, so hitting anything is really challenging, so maybe just destruction of this unit could be the first priority. We can get up to these kinds of units. Okay, Let's do this. Yeah, let's do that. Then 30, 40 men. And we managed to even take out 2 tanks. Okay, that's nice. We have 9 Vespers, 5 Hummels. Apparently the range is not enough in that position. This position it is finally enough. Okay. $183, $183. Let's hit these guys then. Just to mess with them, with that artillery. We are not looking for clean hits anymore, just to lower the readiness of those units. The Werfers can stay overnight in that fixed position. Let's hit here. We can't see what kind of damage we do. It's very random. Very random indeed. The SS infantry. I don't really know what should be their position. Where should I move those guys? Maybe the Volksgrenadiers could get up in here. Yeah, the infantry could maybe go this way. I think this could make sense. They wouldn't be able to fight yet, but they are more useful in here than in the open, that's for sure. So that's why I'm gonna do that. And I'm gonna take them away from the combat mode. And then we have a lot of infantry in here. Still waiting for me to just move them. I think I'm gonna keep them in here. I'm not gonna do anything with them. The Werfers can also wait. The guns in here, I think they can also wait. But this is something that I don't know what would be the best course of action. We would have that advantage though that if we go in here. No. 52. They would have to stay put and the enemy can have a free attack on us again. But yeah, without recon the artillery will be so imprecise, so it wouldn't do a lot of difference. Wouldn't make a lot of difference if we just commit them. So yeah, but these guys have been entrenched. Rather use maybe this unit then. Okay, we got the sufficient intel on this unit. And the attack cost is 29. So there is no retreat. This is just taking casualties. What is the amount of ranged weapons that we can assign in here if we want to? Quite a lot. But it just tanks. Just tanks. Concentric attack. Using the superior recon, we could maybe take this unit out with night fighting. So that is a possibility. So that's why I'm gonna probe with these guys. So that was 3 rounds of combat. Recon is now 44. I think I'm gonna send the Volksgrenadiers. Not Volksgrenadiers, but Fallschirmjägers. Should I send them though? They are in high ground. That's actually really nice. Yeah. There is a height level difference. This is height 2. Yeah, it's visible like that. So 44 recon. That's not really good enough to do proper damage. 50. I think we will probe them for the second time. One Panzerschreck lost. 66. Let's see what kind of damage we can do. Nothing really that great, because they lack ammunition. So let's do this kind of barrage with all kind of artillery that we got in the sector. So we took out one Stuart. It is still a very scary tank force. Two to 1. I'm gonna be committing even it's like even if I know that it's gonna be a night fight. I'm not gonna be able to do my best with these units. We can get the odds to 4-1. That's the best I can do. 4-1. Could I give the readiness morale increase? Entrenchment. I'm just thinking, do I have any cards available? Because I really would need help. Visit the front, morale increase. Supervise. It's just a defensive bonus. Morale increase. What is the morale value? Morale value is quite high. Where is your HQ? Well. I think we could move this HQ a little bit. I just can't get it to a better zone, so it just has to be like that, I guess. Move it back in here. So I have recon card, I have attack card. Morale increase, charisma divided by 4. What is this guy's charisma? Only 40. I could give the unit the audacity. Yeah, I don't think we have anything else really that we could do. Unless we go higher from the core, then we have the army card. Visit front. Yeah, but I'm not gonna play them right now, so we have to rely on the units that we have at hand. 4-1, it's all these different kinds of Kampfgruppen that we're gonna be facing. 5-1 now. So it got a little bit better when we include that unit. We're gonna take significant losses, but I hope that we can wipe out that enemy tank formation. Let's do it. Nah, we took 2 Panzerschrecks. We also lost 10 staff members. 2 trucks. 1 M5 Stuart. So it wasn't enough. So it wasn't enough to kick them out. Now we then need to play those entrenchment cards. Yeah, this was such a risky move. it didn't seem to be that successful. I think I'm gonna be playing the entrenchment card. For the Fusilier battalion, so it's at least a little bit better entrenched. These Baccans could get yeah, it's apparently to wipe out enemy tanks. Even in the open, well, it was at night time, so it wasn't really the best time to be doing these kinds of attacks. But yeah, still I'm saying that I'm fairly disappointed on that performance. At least they have only 19 readiness, so these guys are not a significant threat. Except for this Kampfgruppe. Like, this is something that they might wipe out, but yeah. Okay. Here we would need to secure all these passages. There's an enemy unit moving in this direction. I would need to be able to get in here. But I'm not willing to go into that town. I just hope that there is no enemy armor in this area. Maybe like that. We could do a group movement like that. Here I'm a bit worried. Do we really try to push towards Martelange with these insufficient troops? We would need the artillery in here with the HQ quite fast. But I'm not gonna leave this city undefended, so I guess this is how it's gonna be. It's gonna be like this. And I'm gonna be resting these Nebelwerfers, or I will either move them to this sector to help with the potential counterattack there. Or they could just let's keep them stay put so they can gather their readiness. Same applies to these units. Let's keep them where they are, that they can gather readiness. I think this unit should stay where it is. Okay, we have spotted an enemy unit in here. That's interesting. I'm gonna shift the artillery somewhere. We should probably investigate this with fire from unknown source. Luckily I moved the other unit, so is there a unit in here? I think so. It just didn't reveal it. Fire from unknown source. Well, I then hope that this would be free. Yeah, it's free, okay. So we are now... The enemy unit is here in between us. I'm gonna rest those tanks. Also, those guys could rest. These pioneers should be doing the moving. So I'm gonna move them. Just a regular move. Okay, yeah, they couldn't apparently move because there was some traffic. Some traffic was created. Heavy forest. We are walking into an ambush here if we go in here. Yeah, apparently there is no enemy in this hex anymore. So technically we can move. move out here. We have 15 recon on the unit. We just don't know anything about it. I could move this unit here to this ridge. It can be even an armored formation. Tanks, they should rest, definitely. What is the supply status in here? It's still okay, actually. Okay, they can't move any further either. Yeah, I think the rest of the units I will leave. I will leave to their current positions. I'm gonna put the flak guns there to protect that unit. We know that there is an enemy engineer with 200 entrenchment. There is supposed to be no enemy unit in here. .70 movement to do that kind of maneuver. Okay, there's a town in here. I'm just worried which of these units should do the moving. Probably the ones that have the highest readiness right now. .64. Yeah, something like that. This is quite heavy movement. I'm gonna leave it as it is. And I think that these guys, they really need to rest. They will otherwise never gather that readiness. But if I move the flak guns in here, then the Stuks could move, but I think the Stuks need to rest too, so maybe this is the smallest nuisance that I can have. I'm gonna use the Greif team now to scout us. Even though the night is also an appropriate time, like we could encircle Bastogne quite well. Like just get these roads. So it might be worth considering doing the night encirclement. We can also use Greif team to do it, but I don't think that's smart. Okay, so this is actually empty. In that case, I would rather do that. And I'm gonna move this unit. I'm gonna keep the Greif team there. I'm gonna move the infantry up here. And the pioneers in here. Okay. Just the basic movement. Let's leave these guys be. No artillery barrage except in here, it could make sense. However, I would like Gutman to be... Yeah, okay, I'm looking at chat now. Oh, hi Otto. Yeah, I've been moving some counters across the map. And I was actually analyzing the defeat that happened with the Panzer Grenadiers. And even though I thought I learned from this defeat, I actually kind of repeated those events right now. So if you look at those losses, we lost 40 Panzer Grenadiers, 20 Pioneers, and basically all of the flak guns, pack guns, Panzer IVs, half trucks, and then they attacked us again. So my kind of analysis from that was that in open ground, having even Panzer Grenadiers against tanks in open ground, even if you have 88mm guns, they will get wiped out. So you have to be really careful against tanks. And I thought that I could surprise these guys, because the combat odds that it gave against that enemy unit was 5-1 with 60 recon. So I thought that I'm gonna wipe this out as this one enemy unit. I used basically all of my artillery to soften its readiness first, and then I attacked with these pack guns that I had in here. And from this high ground position with the HQ even. But you know what, they couldn't. They took only 2 tanks out, and that's it. So like, you shouldn't even trust the combat odds when you're attacking tanks, and you shouldn't, even if you think you defensively are safe. In open terrain with Panzer Grenadiers, the only way you are safe if you have 200 entrenchment, and maybe not even with that. I would always always suggest that you would have Hetzers or Stugs or something that can then have the penetration value to take out those tanks, because apparently these Bakkans 75mm, yeah, they have nice hard attack and everything, but they still couldn't take out these. Like I was super annoyed. So I lost like 60 people in that attack, and they lost 2 tanks. Well, the good thing is that now that I barrage them and attack them, their readiness is only 19, so and because it's a full modifier, if they try to attack us, they have only 19% modifier again for their total combat capability, so I don't think they can now at least hurt us as badly. But if they choose to attack Kampfgruppe Valois here, their readiness is 11, Kampfgruppe Integrity. By the way, the only way that you can wipe out Kampfgruppe is if they panic. So if now they attack them and they panic in combat, then this would disappear from the map. That's how it works with Kampfgruppen. The TOE requirement, table of equipment, doesn't apply with them. And yeah, then I noticed that we have these supply markers in here. There's enemy unit in here, enemy unit also in here. So we have to be a little bit careful that we don't expose our supply lines. Here we are so close to Martelange, but I just want the readiness to be okay, so I'm gonna leave the units sit around in here. So, and I'm trying to cover the possible directions how the enemy could like approach our... I don't think they are using these roads though. But I don't have enough troops to cover all these crossings right in this sector. I probably will have to assign some units there in the future just to hold these crossings, you know. But yeah, and then I moved the Frundsberg division troops that they are now. They should be just out of the visual range. There's 0 line of sight to these forward elements. But I'm still keeping the bulk of my forces here in the background, so Panthers are in this forward position if they try to approach us. And I shelled these guys just to prevent them gathering that readiness. I think I shelled like all of these task forces, so yeah. And I managed to take this bridgehead position, and I shelled also the tanks in here. Here we actually did some damage. We took out one Stuart or Sherman with a direct hit. Oh, okay, Kampfgruppe that you create doesn't receive replacements. Okay, that's interesting. But if it's from the start of the campaign, it will. Okay. That's kind of interesting. And I did small movements in here, but yeah. Nothing really significant. Just to get them into better positions. Here I scouted around. So this is the hex where we previously encountered the engineer unit from the enemy. It can still be there, but I'm not gonna probe it, because if we reveal it, it will diminish the readiness gain, because then they know that there is a enemy unit around us. We can't be as relaxed, you know. Now they can just chill because they don't think there is an enemy unit around in their vicinity. And I only moved one unit in this because these guys, if you look at their readiness, it's like 60. So I moved only this unit. So we reconnected with the 3rd Panzer Regiment. So they are no longer alone here. Even though they are connected to supply, because they are currently depleting the supplies from Bastogne. I was also thinking that if we want to, we could already start encircling the city during the night. Like we could move this tank unit, we could move this probably in here. So we could maybe create just barely a perimeter around the city, just in the cover of darkness. Yeah, I think the AI seems rather okay. Some pullouts they did, like they moved their unit away from river crossings, but besides that, I think they have all of these city hexes manned, for instance, in here. And they can do those nasty surprises. But there are so many different ways to play this game, you know. You can try to have a solid front line, or you can try to infiltrate and cut enemy supply lines, and so many different kind of play styles. So I haven't yet established, I still don't know how exactly the AI is playing, just based on the main scenario. But yeah, I think recon and speed card definitely will become handy. But I think my priority right now is just to keep the readiness, maybe. Maybe. I'm a bit unsure. Because one option is that we would just try to push maximally during night. Because night movement, it would be more likely that the enemy stumbles on our troops than if they try to do any night movement. They would get ambushed and so on, but I also would like to cut off this line. I might need to do some combat in here. This I know there's an enemy unit in here. They tried to break out. They attacked Gutman, but it was very one-sided battle. And Gutman actually doesn't take as hard night penalty modifiers because they are experienced, so they can actually do pretty okay night fighting. Okay, these guys are getting the maximum supplies. Yeah, those roadblock units, I've noticed they have a lot of them, those small ones. And then they put them not to last man stand, but like 75% losses. So those can be really stubborn if they can like sit around in those hexes. Okay, here we have really big issues. There is apparently one enemy unit in here. Somehow managed to infiltrate. It's in here, okay. Well, I would really need to know what is this unit. What on earth is it? 41 movement. Okay, it's the HQ. It's not that dangerous. But we still need to wipe it out. It's like... it's causing trouble. These guys can't even do a regular attack. These guys can do. I think I need to soften it somehow first. .38 readiness, maybe. Maybe they have 38, who knows. The recon is so bad. Speed card, let's check that. Exercise. Recon. Attack. They are blocking quite crucial position in here. Because that just barely survived alive, this unit. But I can give it all that I have, you know. Yeah, I think I can move the Panzer Grenadiers. And we can do a proper... or if it comes to that, I can always use the Panzer Artillery to do it. But yeah, they have solo recon right now, so... even if I would hit them with all that I have here. I'm not sure, do I do any damage when my recon is just 26? So let's call these guys back. I hope you can... yeah, you can do a regular attack, that's nice. Okay. You support my attack. Panzer Artillery. Let's do it. Yeah, thank you. Destroyed. Do I then need to move to this hex that it then for sure will send those supplies, or how does it work? But yeah, that was really nasty surprise, because I knew they were camping in these woods, but then they apparently moved slowly here, and then getting in here they basically disrupted the whole supply situation. I think I have to clear these just for the supplies to be able to flow naturally. Yeah, so they are not using those roads unless I move a unit there to inspect it. Yeah, and then we move like that. Okay, so now the supplies should be flowing here. Yes, they are. Not through this one, but that doesn't matter because this is actually better road anyways, so. Then we have some enemy units that are gathering in here. This is just fields. I can either stay put or I can go to the high ground to be safe. This is a high readiness unit. I think the high readiness unit could... What is their entrenchment? Not that great, but I think they can handle themselves. And enemy has appeared here too. They are... I could of course just scout these guys. 70, 40. Yeah, of course, destroying a unit that will have some morale boost effects. Actually, having this artillery in here would be really nice. Let's try to move the pioneers and the artillery in here. So we are kind of like ready to respond. If I want to soften those units up. Is this a problem? Height level 1. No, we are on the same height level, luckily. I'm gonna be moving these guys. I doubt that they would have a unit in here. Yeah. Okay, that's great. So now we lost sight of those artillery units that were in here. Okay. Team Parker. This whole 18th Volksgrenadier Division is on the move. And look at this. What do you think about this? They are in low ground. Notice this position. So just to give you the impression of the height levels, height level 2, height level 0, height level 1. We have Bakkans on this side. We have Panthers ready to storm downstream in here. We have more Flakkans on this side too. We have Bakkans. I think we have pretty good position to hit these guys really hard. And we have 69 experience. They have only 19 with these guys, 44 with this unit. So I kind of think that the and we can also hit from this side too, you know. These guys can cross this river. There's nothing facing them anymore. So there is possibly a chance even for an encirclement. Because I don't want them to, like, yeah, we move here, we hit them here, they move back. Like if we hit and they withdraw, that's kind of a lost opportunity there. And my Hetzers are in here too. I can put so much firepower here, I can hit them really hard. 82 is here, 14 here, I can attack them from 1, 2, 3, 4 sides. I don't know, can they even escape it, hey? Like, is it even possible that they escape it? Like... yeah, of course I would like to know what is in here. I have a chance to destroy this unit, maybe. But if that's also like a tank unit, if this is another tank unit, we don't have a chance. But let's move this unit first close, so then we will know. Yeah, it was another tank unit. Like, look at this. Yeah. Yeah, Team Johnson, 55 readiness. Not really that impressive. Impressive readiness. But I like this idea. I think this is maybe less fuel. This is 30. How much is... This is 25, it's 15. 13. 15, I think. But it's been stationary, so it has plus 20 reserve points, lowering the AP cost for the first hex moved. So okay, this is actually... Is it cheaper now? Is it only then you're gonna use 10 AP? I think so. Let's see. No, it used all of those 30, okay. It wasn't the cheapest to do it like that. Yeah, it's night time is really bad for recon. I'm gonna make this like a craziest attack from all possible sides with all possible equipment that I have. Panthers go first. Then we take the Panzerjägers. And then we take the Hetzers. So, where is Piper? Piper is so goddamn far away. I think we could move Piper closer. Let's move Piper. Like in here first. Can't we get him to provide that better? I guess we can't, we are just short. Just short. No, it's in the yellow area, so this is Piper. I'm gonna give the Hetzers the speed guard. I know it's just a single Hetzer unit, but they have the speed, they could probably take out more tanks. $31. It went up to 35 only. Is it because its HQ is so far? Yeah. I should have moved the HQ first. I always forget to do that. And it's super far away. Yeah, I could have moved it like here first. Yep. Yeah, that card. I always waste those cards. I forget that. And I can shell these guys with artillery even first. I think that also makes sense. Recon. It's not the bestest, but let's still use it. Use the shelling. Yeah, I think this one. Or do we reserve this one against these guys? This is supposed to be empty, by the way. Yeah, it was some empty unit that somehow stayed in the field. I don't get those. I think they should be automatically destroyed if it's like empty and there is nothing inside. So let's use this and let's use yeah, we can use both of those. Yeah, look at that. They lost so much equipment already. All of the 40mm AA guns are gone. Tanks, couple of tanks are gone already. There is still something left there though. How about my Werfers? Yeah, let's do one more. Okay, 10 men. 10 men and 1 truck. Audacity divided by 2. Yeah, this guy doesn't have a good... He has only 40 audacity. Leibstandard, the commander. Yeah, that's sad. Courage. Charisma divided by 4. Charisma is 70. Well, I don't know, do we need extra morale? It will go up anyways if we succeed in this attack. And I probably want to reserve those tank drive cards for further day. Maybe I'm gonna give the Hansen. Yeah, Hansen is gonna do some good, you know. Let's give Hansen the attack. Because they are in the high ground, they can have the modifier, so we have to, anyways, we have to now clear this hex because the traffic is jammed in this position. So Hansen, 20% attack modifier. Are the Hetzers doing anything? Well, they are doing something. What if we open up another line of attack? Yeah, okay. Okay, that's just causing more trouble. Yeah, I like it. 50% concentric attack modifier. We have that special 20 plus modifier. We have high ground for most of our units. We could also rest these guys, but I think we want to wipe them out. So let's see, 100 to 1 combat odds, 14.6 thousand attack. Some were left alive. Both of them panicked. 1 Panther, 1 Panzerschreck. Okay. That's kind of crazy that they were... I'm just thinking, when you are attacking with so overwhelming odds, would it be better to do all-out attack? Like, what do you think? Like, we would have the risk of taking more damage, of course, ourselves, but would we have been able to capitulate them completely? That's something that I was like wondering. This unit doesn't have any more anything. They were left with 5. Yeah, I would say that they were left with 6 like dangerous tanks. So how are the supplies going to these guys now? Okay, with that route. And these guys are getting it via that road. I see. Yeah, that's also the same impression that I had, that it's only like if you are kind of in a desperate situation or you know that they are gonna surrender, you lack the action points, you have only like 2 left or 3 left, and you have to finish the combat in the first rounds. But I was just unsure that if against determined enemy, when you have so much firepower all out from all those sides, could we have like completely wiped them out? Yeah, the Germans must keep pushing. Yeah, it's true that we have to. Do we want to get into an artillery duel here? Probe it. Then leave the Stooks to attack. Probe it, shell it with artillery. 8 howitzers. Yeah, I think. Probe it. Shell it with artillery. And then the Stooks come in. Attack. Capitulation. Okay, there's an enemy unit in here. 2 enemy units. I just thought that this would be the only piece of resistance we have in here, but apparently yeah, that if you attack from multiple sides, you can have higher stacks. Yeah, I learned that quite early on in where were the initial attacks? It was somewhere here, like they had really stubborn units, engineers dig into these forests, and I had to somehow break through, and like I had to maneuver units around it to open the availability to do like higher stack attacks. Okay, where is the first Panzer Corps? In here. I think they should go westwards then. These guns. However, these guys, I think we should maybe even reassign this artillery to another unit. But okay. I don't really know what to do with this unit right in this sector. Piper's unit. Yeah, let's move that there. I could try to get these pioneers in here. Move these out in here. And go this way. Rural village. Yeah, I bet that there's an enemy unit in there. Because there were enemy units in these hexes, you know, in the previous turn, so did they really retreat out of these positions too? Don't really know. But we have fuel left, so... Okay, core units and army units don't have effect on readiness. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if you need to do a transfer of divisional unit, it will have the hit on readiness, I know. Yeah. Those guys could even retreat completely. I kind of like this idea that we would retreat to safety with the Panzer Grenadiers. You know. Sadly, Hansen doesn't have any more movement. If it would, then we could use it more. We could do warfare attacks in here throughout the night, but I don't know. I don't think so. Let's just leave the Fallschirmjägers in that high ground position. These guys could get in here, yeah, to narrow, to make their escape more difficult. I know that there are 2 enemy units in these hexes. And there happens to be height 2 to 3, so... And they can hide 24, up to 24 in there. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But let's just move units. Let's try to get this thing going. 6th Panzer Army. Where is your HQ? Okay, yeah, that unit could go a bit closer. Flak guns. Let's get them to the front lines. Get some Nebelwerfers. This is a Leibstandarte unit. So it's completely in the wrong place. Should I just start moving it back or should it be doing some operations here and then? I think it should just do night movement, go back. Go back to your guys. Using that highway. Some of these units should rest though. But some should just get into further positions because I'm planning to use these guys to take Mutzenich. Encircle it completely. We have to take these forests. I think we could start doing that movement already with some of our units that have high readiness. Which ones have high readiness? These ones have extremely high. Yeah, but that is taken, of course. What is the supply status in here? Not that great. These guys don't need fuel though, so it's okay. The idea was kind of that we go through Mutzenich, we go through these two roads. Eupen is our goal. The first US infantry comes from the swamp roads in the north of Malmedy. Yeah, these roads. And I think they have arrived. Let's go to the history view. Because there were some enemy units that I saw. I must have seen them. Whoa, 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 where is this? Is that multiple units in there? Yeah, that was those unfortunate attacks. Oh, they went to Marvin. Whoa, which unit was that? And that was a tank unit. Okay, so this is a tank unit. Team Walker. We have the pioneers facing them. Yeah, see 2 units in here. 3 units. 4 units. Okay, so my point of view is that there is 4 units. And there is probably more than just 1 unit in here. I'm gonna put this to combat mode because my understanding is now that there is probably 2 enemy units that came through this way. We just can't see them. Kohenhausen could be directed there. I think this situation should be just cleared as fast as possible. But should I use armor in those attacks? And this I could clear out, but I could leave it for the morning too. So I don't know really. Maybe I would leave it for this unit though. High ground attack. Yeah, it's only 10 soldiers, but they have 1 tank. That might prove to be difficult. And here in Bastogne area we could move the artillery to a little bit better positions. Maybe like in here. And maybe move this core staff. Or it can be where it is, I don't know. $150mm guns. Just do that. Okay. I don't know, is it worth attacking at night? Let's just destroy it. Yeah, they got destroyed. So $13. Okay. This X is free. What is the supply status in here? Not that great. I think we could destroy this unit, however, it's kind of showing that it would be more resistant. Maybe it needs 1 more artillery. Let's put more artillery in there. Because it got quite badly hit in the previous. Let's do the Panther attack then. Yeah, that's what I thought. And this move for free. Movement cost 0. Yeah. Concentric attack modifier. Didn't lose a single unit. Good. And now we are supposed to hold the line quite far. That's really nice. Let's take the pioneers. We can't see enough in here. What is the supply? The supply is okay. Let's just do the crossing. So what the game is actually telling us is that there is possibility that there is an enemy unit in here because they control these axes. hexes around there. I think what we need to now do in here is that we have to think securing Mont-le-Bain would cover our flank. Sorry if my voice is cracking a little bit, but okay. We know that there is enemy activity in here. We saw also those previous turns moves. So there is, if I interpreted it correctly, I saw that there is two units somewhere in here. We can either try to fend them off with these. Well, they can't fight against armor, so that's not enough. But we have plenty of units in here with these guys. They would be going backwards if we would go there, or alternatively they can go here and take this position. If we think about historically where we should be going along this whole combat area, you know, we need to go to the northwest, to Liège, for instance, and in this direction. So that in mind, Bastogne can be the kind of, where is Bastogne? It's here. Bastogne just has good connections to these places, but none of these have actually any combat, any victory points. So they are not priorities on the map. La Roche is also no priority. It's these roads. And then there are those priorities in the south. But historically, yeah, I guess these are like nice to have, nice to get, but yeah, just defeating the enemy army, the allied armor in here, I think that's enough for me. And then the 10th SS can after winning these battles, taking this major supply base, we take Mersch here. We could then move to Arlon, Martelang. We could somehow, I could see that the front line would be like following that river. We want to keep this road open, so maybe we put the front line, if we ever make it this far. I would put the front line something like this. This in here. So that we have Arlon, we have everything to the east side of it. If that is possible. And we have this whole highway in our control. We have Bastogne. And we probably set up the defensive perimeter around Bastogne so that, well, we hold this high ground position in here. And then we try to have probably like this kind of perimeter. I think that could be for Bastogne. I'm not sure, do we want to take this route that we just... Because these are not victory point objectives, but it would get us in here in Marsh. That is a potentiality for us. But yeah, maybe this is kind of encouraging me to move these units northwards, but their core command or the divisional command is in here. So if I start moving them here, we are actually getting further away. So it's maybe too early. Maybe too early. Yeah, this road will not hold all of that movement. I'm gonna let those guys be in their position. 116th Panzer Division. It's relatively here in the north, so these tanks, they have permission to push northwards. I think that makes a lot of sense, but they would need some infantry support too. They need somebody from... Is it then Kochenhausen? Or should it be this unit moving already as a spearhead, as the rest of the units will be fighting for that division in this area? I think the time is just not on our side, so maybe I should just start moving them. Moving somebody at least to the north. Yeah. Well, the tanks will start going now, so I think that's settled. How is the supply? Yeah, the supply is not looking great because this is now bad. So we actually have to probably solve that supply issue before we can even send anybody here. So Kochenhausen should probably take more aggressive stance. We could get badly ambushed in here in these heavy forests. Or we just keep pushing, take little risks. Recon is 15, so I'm gonna do it like that, so we at least get the supplies going, that they will try to use this road. It doesn't mean that it will succeed, but they will try. I think I'm gonna take the artillery also in here, just to get ready. 150th Panzer Brigade, it's in here. What does belong to this? Okay, it's only these three. Those 3 units. And I can now attach this unit, I guess. Yeah, just like that. Move them there, and these guys do a group movement. And let's try to get the artillery also in place. Where is the rest of that 150th Brigades? Wolf is in here. Hardik is in here, okay. Hardik is this one, yeah. So we have the tanks. But I don't want to get ambushed in the city. Supplies flowing from that direction. Yeah, I'm gonna keep them where they are. Maybe that's the best. Not to overuse, overmove everybody. These guys can now move like that. Welfare Brigade. Why not? Why not in there? I don't think we necessarily have to shoot, because we don't have really enough intel. Unless I move these guys and do the probe. Well, okay. Okay, it's good that we did that. It's a massive unit. We have to actually soften these guys up. We can still do the probe, and I think we should. So we get 49 recon in total. We could even get better recon if we move these guys up here. What kind of artillery have we available in this sector? We have these guys can actually even shoot up there. Yeah, I like that idea. They are infantry, they are in fields, they haven't entrenched. I think this is our chance. So I'm gonna be probing. So we have 70 recon now. Let's start with a warfare attack. Readiness level is so low. Can we somehow increase the readiness? Well, there isn't really an easy way. And it wouldn't really help because, okay. The freaking commander is now miles away. What's the fastest way to get there in the first place? I think taking this way, yeah. So could I just reassign this to a division? For instance, this unit. Because they basically lack that modifier completely. That's so sad. I can test. Okay, there's another core. Yeah, these core commands, they have to be also assigned closer to the front. I guess we can just barrage what we got. Yeah, we are lowering their readiness. Quite okay. A lot of mortars, veteran soldiers. Two to 1 odds. But maybe I would... I don't know. Doing night combat. It's kind of a scary thought. We could get this kind of damage in here. What does the chat think? Would it make sense to try to slap these? So we have Panzer Grenadiers, there are some tanks, Panthers, it's Kampfgruppe Bayer. We don't really have cards available for either of them. It's these freaking warfares are to those cores, attached to those cores and the core commands. I didn't move them first because I was like, why would I need to move them? It's just the divisions that matter, but yeah. We miss out on all of those bonuses. We could have gotten like 70% modifier on those attacks. Better in daylight, yeah, I agree. I agree with your thinking there that it's 4-1, it's not overwhelming. It's not good enough, I think. We have significant recon advantage because we gathered so much recon on them. But in the daytime, if they just stay in this position, yeah, I know they will entrench, they will probably have 60, 70 entrenchment probably. But I can open up one further. Side of attack. What do you actually think about this kind of idea? That we try to envelop it completely. Like really be risky here. Like I have no idea, there might be an enemy unit in the forest. Might be moving ourselves into a trap here, but then I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna check the supply. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm also gonna put the pakkans in here. I could even put the staff in here, but so now we are ready for the next day. If they wish to stay in this hex, it's gonna be a full envelopment. So, yeah. I think either of these is gonna be a tank unit. Luckily we are in rather okay position. But I want to improve it a little bit, so I'm gonna give these guys. Or should I give it to this unit, the entrenchment card? Because what if they try a frontal? They could do this kind of maneuver, you know. They could go with these and hit this now. So that's always a possibility. I can of course withdraw with these guys, but I would rather keep my eyes on this road. I'm not gonna move there, that would be crazy. Because these are probably big units. I'm gonna give this pioneer unit the entrenchment card. Or should it be the other way around? This guy. Such a low readiness. Maybe determination divided by 2. What is this guy's determination? It's just 40. But it's the best what he can do. The attack card would be audacity then. Well, I'm gonna... So it's gonna be 20 entrenchment that I'm able to offer. I'm taking it. 20 entrenchment. So it's 70, yes. I could move the HQ closer. But then I would lose these guys, so maybe the HQ has to just sit tight. Sit tight where it is. Keep it like this, yeah. And I would like these guys to get really close. We can do a group movement. We can move all together as a single line. What do we want to like? Do we want to be crazy and hop in here? It wouldn't be still an encirclement because they can still withdraw. I would rather not. Let's just get all kind of stuff closer. We don't need to keep anything in here, so... We know that there's this one artillery unit somewhere in here. Let's move the artillery. I think that's fine. The Stooks. That's fine too. These guys can stay put. Not really sure what should this unit do. Probably just creep. Or look at this. This is super experienced. 55 experience. I think it could even rest the night. Just stay where it is. And then in the following day we can start moving units here or something. Something like that. The Hetzers. Hetzers could go like that. Yeah, the army cards too. If we... Well, I'm gonna do the moves first. I don't think I need any specific cards right now. Okay, there is no longer... These guys have a really massive range. Yeah, you can shell this position. Shell it. Excellent. Take this unit to the road. For some reason it wants to move that way. Yeah, I'm willing to go back to the road now. So to the road. March. We can hit those guys. All of these guns have like different ranges. Yeah, this range 8. I think we could do that. What kind of barrage could we do in here? I could scout these. I think I could do it. Let's just probe it. Should be worth that 20 recon. 20 recon is good enough. Where is this welfare brigade? It's in here. Do it. Okay. A lot of sound, not really any kind of damage. Let's get these across the river. I think that's all pretty solid damage. Ranged attack. Let's do something like this. Yeah, these guys are really, they are really ready to give up already, basically. Okay, that's already too much artillery shelling to one position. We could let these rest the night in here and then move them in the daytime. That could be okay. So what on earth should I do in here? I could give this guy could get the recon card. Then I could show that this is a bad place. High ground, marshes, by the way. Okay, marsh snow, let's see. Attack modifier -25. Thanks. What's the temperature gonna be in the next turn? That's also gonna be really important. Because if it's marshes and wet, that's much worse. Like marsh, motorized tanks, attack modifier -50. It's a massive debuff. Supplies would be okay. I could go here to get into these woods if I want to. But yeah, they have blocked this road. I know that for a fact, and this is a high ground. It's one height level up. There is always an option that we can try to go around it. But yeah, we don't have enough movement to do that. $79. Yeah, I still can't see enough. What about an ambush? What do you think? Like, I'm meaning this kind of, we know for a fact 2 enemy units, or we know that this has, was it at least 3 units and this one has 1 unit. What if we would go in here and here? Would that make any sense? Hide in here. They probably will stay here for the night though. And then in the morning it would take a lot of time for us to unpack. So okay, let's do it like this. Okay, now we got the vision. 24, 24. Now we see something. I'm gonna give... I don't know, does it do anything? Because we know again that modified by HQ power on the unit. Yeah, okay, oh, well. Hold on. Piper is in here. So it can still give, okay. It's still in the 75% area. Play card. What do you see? Do you see anything else? No, you have just 37 recon on these. I guess we can simply probe them. Does it make sense to probe this bigger unit? Big guns should be brought there. Yeah, to break that stalemate we would need artillery to... Artillery would be really useful in here because it's like just open ground. Okay, they can shoot from this position already. These guys move there. Werfers. Werfers can't shoot yet, but they can hide all in that forest style. Guns would do something like this. Doesn't really matter how they move. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a battle tomorrow. It just would be useful to go at least to the same height level. Like, I know that our tanks can probably cut through. I'm not also sure, is it smart to stay here where they can like attack us from that high ground position? What kind of... Yeah, we can't even do really a proper regular attack. I could hide the tanks into the forests, but not really sure what will that achieve. It's only if they take the bait. Otherwise it only means that we lose movement. I think I want to secure this position though. I don't want them to have the opportunity to go into these forests. So I'm gonna do that. And this is heavy forest. Okay, that's also not that good of an idea. Panthers could move back. One option is that they will withdraw, of course. Shelling here is useful only if we have enough recon, or I can just shell and wish that I hit something. I can do that, of course. Probably didn't hit anything, but there is some enemy units in there. Don't know what, but something. The pioneers. Yeah, it's like for the tanks, the only possible viable route is to attack this hex forward. But for other units, getting in here, this seems like an okay approach though. These pioneers should be sent forward. I guess I could do it like that. I can keep the rest of these guys here, I think. Unless I want to leave it open and try to lure them in. One hex, but that's gonna be costly for doing the attack. Like uphill attack is gonna take a lot of movement points, so I guess we can leave it to that and let the rest of the units rest. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it in there. These guys are gonna move out. And these Panzer Grenadiers, I think they should start pivoting. And I'm gonna leave the Werf first that they don't move so they can get their readiness up. Be like this, I think. That's okay. these guys are securing this flank. Because I don't know about the enemy like tactics or their idea that would they be willing to move ahead with these guys, or is this gonna be their defensive line in these marshes? Because I don't know about that, I can't really. Yeah, but okay, I'm gonna move these Werfers in here. What about this unit? It's not that well motorized. I was just thinking, could it be doing this kind of a movement in here? Or do we just have to bang? We would need the artillery. You are exactly right that the artillery would be the key to destroy these defenses. Just our Nebelwerfers are... They're gonna have such a bad time. Here is this core. Yeah, I think we just have to move them. And let's move the staff here too, so these get the maximum benefits. And let's try to get these guns. Also to good positions. I think so, that's good. Range attack 100 to 1 because they probably try to like counter fire. Do simple probe. Probe on them. 45. Maybe use the same unit again. Get some more. Okay, that's good. 250 to 1. 200 to 1. What's the damage? It's actually less. Yeah, let's use the Werfers. Not that effective. I think these Werfers could maybe rest till the morning. This could be just an artillery attack. We can grind their readiness down little by little. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that this Werfer is not gonna attack. Light forest. Move those guys there. I don't know, maybe we have a chance to take the 2nd infantry division. It's your old division. Okay. I'm going like quite easy on them. They haven't been hit that hard. I'm just thinking if I could get this unit to capitulate, maybe. But they have quite high like vigor, so they probably will fight. If I try to push there. I could make the warfare attack more impactful. Because we probably need to clear these surrounding hexes too. Do we have any artillery left? Yes, we do actually. Where is your core command? It's in here. It's in range. Do it. Okay. It's not really doing any more damage. It's just the readiness impact is pretty high though. We could even have 10-1 odds. I don't know, is that realistic? Seems super high. They are more experienced than us. Their readiness is really bad though, I admit that. We could open a second route of attack or second direction of attack, so maybe so. Let's try to take them out. Let's be serious about it. 10-1, 12-1, okay. Attack. So we won. Okay, we took 30 losses. They lost their mortars. And they retreated in good order. Now their readiness is really low. And our unit here is very exposed to enemy attacks. But yeah, I'm gonna give them 25% losses and then you can just get out of there. It's not important to hold that position. Let's try to move this artillery to better positions. I think that's about it. These guys are now lagging behind. Maybe take this road. I'm gonna move them after all, because they can then have a good line of sight. And we have some werfers. I'm gonna move the infantry to protect those assets. Well, that my previous attack wasn't really a mission critical, but it just felt like the right thing to do. I'm gonna move the werfers in here. 6th Panzer Army and your command, well, it's not that far away. 6th Panzer Army has stayed along the units rather well. These werfers are in a good position. We have to clear out these in the next turn maybe. So they can still impact in here, so that's okay. That's okay. Everything in here. Well, this is the risky thing. Like if I want to take a risk, I can always move into the rural village. But I'm just scared that we walk into an ambush, so I'm gonna withdraw with these guys 1 hex, I think. I think I need to give them that room because but although are these experienced? Yes, they are. These are 70, so we actually have experience advantage over these in night fighting, but it's open fields, high ground. Yeah. $48. Yeah, let's. What kind of movement cost? 33. Supply status not great. Gonna do it like that. I move them here. In there, just in case. I'm a bit worried that we haven't secured all of these positions. I could even move the HQ in the high ground position. That just doesn't seem right to use them in the attack. They have these 88mm guns though. Storming from the high ground position could be useful. I think I'm gonna do it. They have the movement. Yeah, we're gonna put those staff officers to fight for their lives against tanks. So this guy. Yeah, okay, we can then develop this already like that. Start that development. can take that to combat mode maybe. So we still have artillery here. It should be maybe moved. Just repositioned. Maybe that's the best if we need it in the morning. Although there is just... the ground is not that suitable. The terrain is not that great. We would need them more in this place, but I don't want more traffic jams in here. Maybe these guys shoot. Yeah, they can't do any much more damage anymore, so... yeah, no way. Let's just start moving those guys up there. Maybe like that. Yeah, Malmedy definitely. Malmedy and Bastogne roads are the first ones. That was kind of what I realized, but now it's like those secondary objectives. Is it like Spa? Do we want to go there? Eupen is the other one. Eupen and Rotken, we know that here we're gonna get some those airborne divisions. Those are probably really experienced units, but I'm not sure about their equipment. I don't think they have anything. Do they have anything mechanized? They are just probably just motorized with mortars. So our tanks can handle them if we just have enough tanks in the area. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty satisfied in here. I could move the pioneers up there. The Jägers should probably move, even though it's a high readiness hit, but there is that artillery somewhere in here. I don't want them to cut my supply lines. We actually have Panthers here ready. They could go even up here. What's these guys' line of sight? It's not good enough. I think I'm willing to move up to there. That's kind of my limit. And then maybe put pack guns in here. Maybe like that. And I think the HQ can be where it is right now. Fallschirmjäger. This could be a little bit forward. I think that's fine. This is now fine. These guys haven't moved. They have to move artillery. Have to move. 5th Panzer Army. It's not supposed to have any units in its direct command. But I can just move it. Could go to Saint Vith or some place like that. These hetzers are stationary. Can't move them. These guns could fire. I would rather just move them forward. This core, does it have any units? I'm gonna keep this thus far, but in the next turn I'm gonna move it closer to these Werfers and so that they have the maximum combat bonus. And I don't think these guys will be able to break out. Yeah, I think this is okay. And we have this kind of block, they can still move like this by the road. But I think that's okay. Looks fine. I'm not risking with these guys. It could be so that there is nothing in here. But night movement into this like city position, that can mean like taking 200 losses. Yeah, those airborne, they are elite leg infantry. This is a tank unit. We got that recon. So if that's a tank unit, should I move these guys up here? They would be in uphill. It would be fields though. I don't want to be fighting tanks in fields. This is at least it's a city. And where is your HQ? HQ is in here. Yeah, my idea was that they kind of link up in Martelange, so this wouldn't even help. I don't think there is anything we can do for them at this point. Like if these tanks want to break through, they will break through, that's it. It's just that the night attack modifier can help us. And that the tanks have -20 attack modifier. That's my only way that how we can turn that around. But okay, we have 54 points. I think we can call a new unit. Let's call it. They are of course gonna consume gas and supplies, which is not great, but I think we need more units. So I'm gonna call Hohenstaufen. It can be played only in here. Should I play it in the north? Okay, there's already some... The supplies are coming from here. There is a fair bit of traffic congestion. This is maybe the fastest way from getting to Bullingen. Bullingen. From Bullingen we could go in here. I think that's maybe the best. We don't need any more units in the north. We have those two. I think they can handle the situation. Let's play the card. Okay. Fuel card is 10 points now. Replacements. We can play replacements too. Lux Mautiers 75mm pack. Okay. I think we would, if we check Malmedy, we could establish, if we can't get to Stavelot here. We have Bullingen, we have medium supply in here. We could do a minor supply base in Malmedy. Just for the time being. Or do we want... Yeah, the fuel and supplies are pretty cheap, I agree. We could also start doing those cards. Because we're gonna be consuming. Eventually we're gonna run out if we don't play those cards. Ettelbruck. Like, what is the general supply status? I think it's sufficient in these areas though. I just wanna check supplies in here. Yeah, it's sufficient. How about here? It's like barely sufficient. Wiltz, Eschdorf. Yeah, so let's just maybe buy those. Buy some supplies. Buy fuel. And buy also these Brumavrea replacements. That's okay. I'm happy with that. Let's just... I'm done with this turn. I don't wanna do any more decisions. Let's see what kind of damage the enemy will do to us. Saint Vith as a supply depot. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's helping with the center push. It's just that the Bastogne push is actually running to the maximum, but luckily we got the depot here. We can check how much do we have stuff in here. Deplete supply points 14,000, fuel points 12,900. So I guess we can eat up those supplies quite well. So my like final point. Yeah, I'm not gonna move them. So I'm gonna rest them. Let's rest them. And is there any artillery that would need to be moved? Yeah, there isn't. Yeah, I'm done. Let's just do it. I pressed it. Yeah, like these turns take forever. Yeah, deplete and then build up. There is one thread in the Matrix forums right now. Just like somebody asked about the supply system. And yeah, I actually commented that in the previous stream already, that if you are on the yellow, that means that you have the 75% chance of or you're gonna get 75% of your supplies that you requested. And in terms of gas, you have 75% probability of getting gas. It's either you get or you don't get at all. So, but yeah, there wasn't any comments about what's the best strategy for using depots in when you play as Germany or when you play as allies. Like, yeah, if you play as allies and you get isolated, are you just supposed to start eating those, deplete the supplies? I think so too. Like Bastogne scenario, for instance, if you are isolated in Bastogne, should you just be depleting the depot? Let's see. Do they bump into us? Escape front. Unknown units. Okay, I think they moved away with that infantry unit. The tanks are... They are retreating. Yeah, they are retreating with the tanks. An attack. Can't see any losses. Okay, they tried to break out. Defender stood firm, yes. Okay, they lost some trucks. They are trying to move along the ridge. Okay, the veteran soldiers attacked us there. I think they probably destroyed that truck unit, or they just bumped into them. But they didn't attack the Kampfgruppe Valois. That tried to destroy the enemy armor, but failed. Because their readiness was only 10. So they could have easily taken them out. Morning overcast just above 0. Oof. Let's hope that those marshes are not gonna be completely wet, but let's hope they stay snowy marshes, which is better for panzers. So we have 57 extra VP. My goal is at least to get... I would be happy with something like, I don't know. I don't know how difficult this will get eventually. But yeah, we are no longer doing those catastrophic losses that we were doing in the beginning of the campaign. It has leveled out a little bit. So the weather is now overcast. We can actually have good visibility. I want to see now. Well, look at this. A lot of armor. Lot of armor approaching in here. Oh, this is the airborne. 570th Airborne Regiment, but it's belonging to 1st Infantry Division. Okay. Roadblock unit. Howitzers. Priests. Yeah, these are snowy marshes. Okay, just 2 infantry and then there is an anti-tank. Howitzer anti-tank unit. And this is actually an enemy armor unit. Team Evans. Well, I'm all for destroying all of this. If we just can. And they managed to actually take the infantry in this into the heavy forest, but because I moved these guys in here, they are still probably cut off from the supply. And apparently they have decided to give up Mutzenich, or there is just roadblock units. And this looks all quite weak to me. Some hidden units in the background. Yeah, I think in this morning offensive we can probably even push up to these 3 lines in here. Overwhelm Mutzenich. Try to chase these guys that they can't. I want to prevent them from getting out of here alive. And here we need to do either destruction or breakthrough. One to one, okay. So those Panthers are so much better than Panzer IVs, apparently. Apparently these are not as good. Yeah, okay, their heart attack is twice. Regular attack here. They are quite well. Well, they are not really digging. We have really good recon 75. We can start shelling without doing anything. It's just the visibility once. Because it's just, this is like very easy to spot enemy units in marshes. So that's excellent. Like, yeah, this is a really special turn. There is no mist, no nothing, but that of course means that the allied air is back on. So I need to get those anti-air. I need to get these as close as the armor, as close as possible. So it's probably gonna be just attack, inflict maximum casualties, try to advance and then hide in the forests. I think that's the name of the game. And it was just 3 rear area units in here. And an enemy tank battalion approaching. But we luckily have the Panthers. Thank you, Yak Rebel. We are gonna be pushing this turn. We have to push every turn. And what about this? Yeah, we did the envelopment. It's probably this unit that we hit several times. They have now withdrawn from the front. Okay. Armored infantry battalion. And some hidden unit in the forest. Okay, and this is a recon squadron. It's a recon squadron. Are we even strong enough to repel them? How about these? Airborne infantry. Infantry regiment and airborne regiment. We have Kochenhausen here, and then we have Panzer Regiment. There is just no way that we are gonna, with these panzers, go through these engineers without artillery. And now we have actually Recon 59, obstruction is 60. Might be an enemy unit in there. And they decided to move engineers into the open fields. Okay. And there is a hidden unit in this village downhill, presenting an attack opportunity. 66. What is our readiness is? It is what it is. We can't really get it any higher. And apparently there is no enemy unit in here anymore, but there is one in here. And there is one enemy in these light forest woods. The one that was harassing our supply lines. Okay. There is some... The unit is still here. And apparently there is now an enemy unit in here. Okay. Enemy unit spotted there. And I left these apparently in march mode, so had they hit this, it could have been bad damage. I have no idea what is in this heavy forest. But we are too weak to do anything about it. Team Edwards, 16 tanks. Yeah, we need to shell Team Edwards. Oho. Armored Engineer Battalion Team Fitzgerald, Task Force Standish, Team Thompson. And they have actually moved. Look at this, they trapped themselves. And the enemy is apparently spotted in here, in Merbor. And we can... What? What are they doing? The 10th Armored Division headquarters is now sitting in here. Well, you know what will impact the most? The combat situation, like of all of these units. 10th Armored Division. I'm just gonna destroy their headquarters. I'm gonna attack that first. And after that I'm gonna be destroying the units. Yeah, like all of these go... Oh, look at this. Did they just trap themselves? Like these guys. We take these, move them in here. We take these units and some of these extra units, put them in here. We freaking trap four units into this position if we succeed. But yeah, I think we definitely should trap them. Like this is... If we are strong enough to hold the ends of that encirclement. Yeah, I have to say that AI here kind of... This doesn't make any sense. Like they knew that we had units in here. Unless they thought that I retreated. Because they noticed more units in here, so they might have thought that... They might have thought that I moved these guys in here, whereas in reality this is 10th SS it's not Freiburg, what was it called? Frundsberg division. But anyways, we're gonna pocket them and destroy them completely in there. And then we are gonna be... Yeah, we have the movement, we can close this route. Okay. Let's take a little bit closer look of those combat resolutions. I'm gonna zoom in. So they lost 20 men, they attacked here, okay. It was the unit that was blocking that road. And then they tried the tank attack. 0 losses on either side. Then they tried again. We lost a half truck, they lost 4 tanks. Here they destroyed their own unit. Very weak one. 120 losses. 8 trucks, 2 mortars. The unit that attacked from the forest, it was howitzers rear area. So it's actually an artillery unit that is in the forest. That's it. That's the last. Oh, they committed an attack here. With the staff. Yeah, they really attacked us. Yeah, they actually already attacked us with the HQ. Like, did they honestly think that this was empty? What is my stack value? It's 112. So it's not like mega high. Obstruction is 80. Because is it it's minor city 1. Okay, we might have an enemy unit in our rear. Again here. We were just able to move. Did these guys get any supplies? They did. Okay. Well, we have to think about this, what we're gonna do. Do we send one of them back? Or do we push with both of them? And maybe repair this bridge with a guard. So we would get some supplies flowing through here. I think that sounds reasonable. But okay, let me check the time. How long have I been streaming? Way too long. Way too long. But I can do a few moves. We can do like... We can do these moves in here in the south encirclement of this unit. And then we could maybe do also the moves around Bastogne. And then with the stream. Call it a stream at that point. So let's get into this. So I want to destroy the HQ. Well, they are in open field, no protection whatsoever. These have only 80 soldiers, so these have 82, but they are a little bit more. These units are in plains. We have the Werfers in correct location. We would just need a little bit more recon. Obstruct is 60, so there might be an enemy unit already here in Breitweller. It's not really mega essential that we take Breitweller, but I'm gonna move in here. Gonna move the HQ also in here. Recon is now 54. There is just more targets in here to hit, but we have such a nice recon. We could probably hit this with a lot of stuff. I think we have more artillery here though, so we don't necessarily have to use any of these guns against those. I wanna try this out. Yeah, it was empty. Recon 53. Regular attack would be 1 to 43. Yeah. What if I give you the recon card? This is your HQ, right? It is. I'm gonna give you the recon card just to see that. Okay, now we have 69. We know quite well what is up against us in there. And where is your core? Core HQ. It could go a little bit forward. Like there. And let's then start pounding away. Let's start with the Werfers. There has been some like weird decisions with the AI, I think too. Which general am I going to capture? We can actually check who is the commanding officer. It's Biburn Edwin W. Biburn. He's solid 30 in his scores and his organizational capabilities are 10. This is probably the worst commander I've seen in terms of stats. Organizational capability of 10 is bad. That's just like horrifyingly bad. So in the forums people say that Werfers first, artillery second. But I've been personally more of like artillery first, Werfers second kind of person, but I don't mind. I'm gonna try Werfers first. And they say also that there's diminishing returns. The more times you shell, the less damage you will do in the subsequent shellings. So that's why I'm also I don't know, I could maybe combine. What is this kind of attack completely? Seems okay. At least I could use these that belong to the same core. Not 100% sure about this artillery regiment. These guys could probably shoot much better. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this one. It's just gonna be these two. Do it. Very disappointing, only 30 damage. How about this one? Apparently they know how to protect themselves. But okay. Let's soften all of these. I think they all need a little bit softening. So these two fire there. Okay, 20 men and some heavy equipment taken out. Yeah, I take that. Looks much nicer in this view. How about maybe just this one. I want to have the small guns also ready for that attack. Ten men, lot of trucks. Anti-tank gun. The readiness is already 42. Yeah, this wasn't the AI's best night turn ever. But of course it's difficult to say how it really looked for the AI without actually toggling to the AI and looking what did they turn really look like, you know. I'm gonna maybe give this guy a try. If they could hit something in here. 69 recon points, here 66. But what is this range? 11, this is only 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is enough. Do it in here. 20 men, okay. Well, it could be better still. Yeah, using the Stugs here would make a lot of sense, but I would like to have the Stugs against that, I think. Or what is the Stug? It's Stug 3. It has the long barrel. We have mostly those Stug 42, that's the infantry support version. Do we need some help? Do these guys have even mortars? I don't think they have even a mortar team in here. Neither do these. So I can just move into open ground just like that. Okay. Yeah, I think this 19-1 will do it. Yeah, attack. "30 men managed to escape. Where did they retreat? They retreated here. I could go hunt them down. Yeah, why not? Pioneers. What is their readiness? 23. I think we have to do a regular attack. So there is 10 staff left. Yeah, I think they can either, I don't know. I could still hunt them down, but there is probably that armor. If I want to keep the pioneers alive, I can send them back in here. With 28, can they attack with 28? What's the cost of movement cost in planes? But I think I want I think we have a pretty solid setup here. %100% line of sight. Oh my goodness. Look at this 100% bonus. I haven't had that for a long time in this campaign. Not even once, because they just never have that. What is the effect if I go on combat? Let's see. And I take these with me. Yeah, it's 50 plus. What if I just for making sure that we can destroy them? I want to cover all the angles, you know. They can still command with 10 staff. I'm just worried that would we like maximize the destruction if we I'm gonna maybe get them exposed, or am I? Or is all of their units in here? I think they might be all in here. You know. I'm instead moving this unit a little bit. We still have gas. 20 movement cost 27. 20. Yeah, that's fine. And then let's take one of these guys. Or no, we have to. Do we have to reserve them? Yeah, we do. We would need all of them in here, in this heavy woods. So I can't do all the sides of attack, but I can do most of them. So what's... Okay, that's not looking that great. $32. Okay. Okay, just for reference, I'm gonna be using these guys as ranged attack. That's really accurate fire if they're able to take Stuart out. I don't think... Okay, you have destroyed an entire armored division. Well, it hasn't been destroyed completely yet, but it's almost... My phone just died, so I can't read the chat as easily. It just ran out of battery. But okay, this is just 2 units. Yeah, I think I'm ready. And we can shell those with them. Okay, let's... And do these engineers even help? Well, a little bit. But I don't know, are they even necessary? Well, okay, 13.1k to 389. 75 concentric attack modifier. Let's do it. Attack. Look, we lost 10 men. And they were the pioneers. Oh no. They capitulated. 4 rounds of combat only. That's what it took. That was probably a kind of a shell shock for the enemy. 43. I don't think we can do any better. I'm gonna go after their HQ. And what kind of readiness are we looking for? 13. There's still that one Stuart there. I can of course send these guys to help. Tank hunters. But I would like to know what is in here, what's happening. Recon is 58. And what is happening in here? So 58, 60. I don't think there is anything in there. There wasn't. Okay. How about Recon 58, obstruction is 60. There can still be something that we can't see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna send the Baccans still. And we're gonna do a regular attack. Okay, they managed to stop us there. Okay, we are now able to spot some of the enemy troops in there. Let's now try to move all of these guys, but let's do it one by one. So first move this in here. Okay, yeah. We could go to Colbert, but I'm not that confident that that's a good idea. That would be very tight pocket then though. How about the infantry? Here, yeah, let's... What is in heavy forest defensive value for guns? Minus 40. Okay. Okay. Let's move the pioneers. Let's shell these with both. They can't do that much damage. They are one too far actually to use all of their equipment. So they have to move 1 hex, I think 1, 2, 3, it should be 4 hexes though. So I don't get what's the problem. Yeah, they don't do that much damage though. Okay, we have these pioneers, they can move in here. I think that's a good move. We can get some more infantry in here. I think we have to reinforce it. Maybe these guys are enough to hold this, but one option is of course that I move infantry a little bit forward, these ones that can move, and also the buck guns, and then assign them that they have the 25% losses, and then they can retreat to this other fallback position where I have pioneers and infantry that I could set up to 75% losses. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say that, yeah, 25% loss. Then we might want to, I don't think there are any possible supplies that would go through. I'm also thinking about my luck guns, I can put them here or there. How about these guys? They can almost go in here to reinforce this side. Let's just try to make it so that this can hold. Let's do these easy moves first. Cover this side. I'm gonna move here some infantry too, because I think we have to prepare for that possibility that they start climbing these heavy forests. So this is like one opportunity. One opportunity would be to put Panzer Grenadier like in here in these forests. Either the light or then maybe the heavy, because they can't see them. And what do we have here as reserves? These guys would be useful in this side though. I have to toggle between if I want to see the chat. Yeah, the 10th SS should support. I will support it. You mean like making sure that this road is in order, or because I don't think we can move. I can put little bit units in here to, my idea was that I put 2 units So I'm gonna be putting the back guns and one more infantry in here, but I'm not sure is that smart though. Because these are just gonna get pushed back immediately. There's just so much armor, so much everything. So I'm just even wondering, is this the smartest thing to do, to have one unit that is gonna take the hit, but it's just gonna be a movement blocker. It's gonna take action points, making sure that they are not gonna get out. Because I have an opportunity that I can reinforce this, or I can just move into this other forest tile. Because I think that the 10th SS, these two units, they can hold this position. The two VK divisions should be able to clean up pockets. No supply, no command. Well, yeah, you're right about that. Well, there is still some kind of command in here. I'm interested how far can we reach with the tanks. We can of course get the tanks up to here. It's just the question that can they break through? I might set this so that these fight 50% losses. I'm fine with that. But I think these guys should be fighting a little bit more. I can even tighten this so that there's a unit. Our one unit would be in here. We have to remember that this other one is just an HQ unit. And actually this could get into the high ground. I think this seems like a good idea. I'm gonna move this unit in here. So it's in high ground there. Heavy forest, high ground. And yeah, 50% losses are okay. Like if they really want to get out, they can get out, but at what cost? Pretty horrifying cost in my point of view. Maybe just put these flak guns in here, or flak guns maybe in here we need, because now the weather has changed, you know, so we need to protect our armor. And I'm gonna be putting this SS infantry just in case. Like if some miraculous thing would happen that they would manage to cross this river and then go on that side. And then I'm gonna be placing this unit. Yeah, it's a move mode in here. And moving this in here. Okay, I think now it's looking pretty okay. The armor. We're just gonna overwhelm, we're gonna get in here. Junglinster, that's our goal. So it's a priest unit. That's fine. We are somewhat protected. We could have the possibility for a speed card. Oh, what is this? Oh, bombardment card. I haven't seen this before. Offensive bonus for artillery. Capable troops. Intuition plus 1 dice roll. Of 20-sided die. And we have 24 already, these command points. We could have done tank drive already now, but... What is the stack value in here? It's 182. It's quite chunky. Chunky stack. Well, the infantry should either go here or maybe in here. Panzer Grenadiers. This seems like an overstack if we put everything in here. And these guys will shoot us if we go to their line of sight. Werfer action. Do I still have some Werfer? I used most of my Werfers already on this and they were quite unsuccessful. I still have more artillery though. $95. Yeah, but oh yeah, Werfer action for that guy that has the card. I think we can do one more shelling in here. Let's see if we could hit anything. Finally some hits. Lowering their readiness. These tank units have high readiness though. They seem to be immune to artillery fire. So where should I move the Panthers? This is already 182 stack. Deplete. Maybe regular. We can put it to regular. There is nothing anymore. Or just build up. Build up phase. Yeah, I think that's better. 63, 30. I don't know what is in here. No knowledge on that. This is now being stocked. If I want, I can move this guy in here, but in retrospect, maybe this would be better. Yeah, that's much better. And I would need those tanks to be able to fight these priests. 66, 65. If I would give them the speed card, they would get 30 extra. But the fuel might be a problem, that they might not be able to attack properly. Should I be worried about the allied air power? Because I'm a bit worried that they will do a nasty surprise. Yeah, that's fine. Let's move the HQ. Just to get it closer. The tanks I could hide in here, or I can keep them in the open. I don't think I want to keep them in the open though. I'm also a little bit worried about this stack. It's too big. It's too big stack. 215. I don't worry about that. That's okay. I can always move them in here, but then they wouldn't be ready for an attack. There. Maybe we want to expand our options and play the speed card for this unit. I know it's pretty expensive, but I just want the tanks to be safe. $65. They could even perform combat in here. Or we can hide them in this forest. I think hiding them in here sounds good. Supply would be excellent. Next turn they wouldn't be able to move that far, but yeah, I think I'm fine. I'm gonna do this. They are now in there. So in next turn it's gonna be 30 movement cost to go to the highway. Or 20 plus something. Yeah, 30. We're gonna do that like that. And then I'm gonna be inspecting what is in here with the Panzerkranz. In movement. There can be a unit. But there wasn't. Okay, that's great. So now we have the supply connection established. I don't think I'm gonna bother with this. There is something in here, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna leave it for the for something else. I'm not gonna do anything about that. I think we want to block all the exits now. If we have unit in here, we would like to probably block this position too. Or go to Beaver. We might get some artillery fire if we overextend. This is also another opportunity. We can just continue down this road. I think that's fine too. Okay, we now know what is in here. It's just priests. So we would need basically just a tank unit would do the trick. Or Stooks. They can easily take those guys out. Most of our Stooks are in here. These ones. Okay. Just thinking, should I move this guy around or just keep it in here? I think I want to keep it. We could get in there too. Move even further. Yeah, I like that. Heavy forest snow. Let's ensure that we have this now. Okay. And just in case if we want, I'm gonna open this up for us. Just in case. Because these supplies won't. What would be the supply status right now? It would be pretty bad, so I'm gonna open this. I don't know will it help that much, but it could help. So card, repair, play card. It's now repaired. Yes, the supplies work. Good, excellent. Yeah, I think we are done in here. Pretty much. And that took maybe longer time than I wanted to. So I guess I'm gonna be leaving the Bastogne for the next stream. Sorry, I haven't been reading your comments in the chat. And yeah, I have to say that Stooks are really also my favorite cleanup crew, because it's usually that in the end it's gonna be those trucks and some that kind of equipment that survives the combat. So Stooks is really useful, and they have more movement because they are armored unit. But yeah, I'm gonna checking the chat if there is something else. Yeah, okay. We can briefly check the stats now that we called all those units. Casualties sustained 42.6 inflicted in this turn. We inflicted 500 casualties. But yeah, if this is gonna hold, then this is a pretty big thing if we manage to do this. And in this turn we try to destroy this tank unit. A lot of artillery in here. We can try to approach them. I think this was artillery too, by the way. Based on the combat, they tried to walk into this hex where we have these trucks. So I think we might have a chance. What is the defensive modifier for guns? It's minus 40%. So using infantry in here is actually gonna be really good. Really good attacking infantry in there. They have some line of sight though to this light forest, but I don't think they will be using intercept fire there. And then in the north I called up so many divisions, so we have these guys ready to barge in. Did I forget to move those guys in the last turn? I'm not sure. I'm now doubting myself. Maybe I forgot to move them. But yeah, we have now all of those units that we are gonna be moving to the front. And this is gonna be kind of the most interesting battles of this turn are gonna be in here. And was my... Yeah, I think we will destroy these tanks in here. Now my Panzer Grenadiers can really show what they can do. Or can they do anything? They will attack from high ground against these tanks. I think they even have tank superiority. There is 5 Panthers, 9 Panzer IVs and a couple of Pumas there. And I think this turn's objective definitely is the capture of Vielsalm. Vielsalm, encirclement of Bastogne, that's what we are gonna do. And we are also gonna be pushing towards Mersch. It looks like that the enemy just moved out. I can try to take the hex. Obstruction is 60. There's nothing in there. This is something that I don't get. If I would be the enemy, I would keep just anything in here, just in case. So the AI in these kind of situations, I would just try to hold the offensive as long as possible. Because it's still quite significant action point cost if you can be there. But okay, I'm gonna save it to this. Thanks for people for following the stream. Super long one, but it's okay. I will have to do some editing for YouTube. And those supply cards make a big difference. Do you refer like to the overall supply card that you purchase with the political points? Because aren't there also those officer cards that can have an effect on supplying a particular unit? But yeah, but anyways, in the next stream we will continue. Oh yeah, in those graphs you can see the effects of the political point purchased supplies, definitely. Yeah. So I think I need to be buying that supply turn after turn, and also oil, that we don't get stuck in the mud without any gas, like needing that we would have to ditch all of our heavy equipment and then just use the leg infantry to push through to the end of the offensive. But yeah, okay, anyways, thanks for following the stream, and then I'm not sure will I be playing tomorrow, but in the weekend definitely. But then maybe Sunday or tomorrow evening, I don't know yet. But okay, see you then in the next one. And good night. Bye.